Excuse me, honored guests, can I please ask everyone to take their seat now? Thank you. Thank you. It's okay. Assalamu alaikum and good evening. Your Excellencies, honored guests, colleagues, and friends. My name is Zahra Babar, and on behalf of the Center for International and Regional Studies at Georgetown University in Qatar, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you. Before we delve into the substance of the program, I want to take a moment to acknowledge each and every one of you for joining us here tonight. Your presence here signifies a shared commitment, not only to wanting to gain a deeper understanding of the complex region, the complex history of this region, but also to the importance of reflection and dialogue. The effects of war and conflict are seldom circumscribed within national borders. And while it is undeniable that it was Iraq and its citizens that bore the brunt of the 2003 invasion's most profound and most immediate consequences, it is equally true that the far-reaching repercussions of those events reverberated across the region and around the world and left us with an enduring imprint on our present. Earlier in the spring of this year, close to the actual date marking the 20th anniversary of the invasion of Iraq, our Dean, Dr. Safwan Masri, and the chair of our faculty, Professor of History, Dr. Edward Kola, were having a conversation, noting, among other things, the gravity of certain significant historical moments and their capacity to shape our world for decades to come. During that conversation, they came to the realization that we are an American university. Among other things, we teach history and politics, and we are based in the Middle East. Surely it was incumbent upon us to do something to mark this important occasion. And it was the resoundingly enthusiastic institutional response to that initial thoughtful exchange that brings us here together many months later. Tonight, we begin a 3-day conversation with policymakers, with scholars, with activists, with civil society actors from Iraq, from within the region, and from across the globe. They will grace us with their insights and expertise. I am confident that in the days to come, we will all find ourselves enriched with new knowledge and a deeper understanding of these topics and issues that we're here to explore together. For playing a pivotal and inspirational role in germinating the idea for this conference, it is my deep honor and pleasure to invite Dr. Edward Kola, Chair of our Faculty and Professor of History, to the podium to share his remarks.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the faculty of Georgetown University in Qatar, I'd like to add my welcome and also to extend some thanks. Thank you, first of all, to Zahra, to the whole team at the Center for International and Regional Studies, and everyone at Georgetown who helped organize what is, I'm sure, going to be a truly amazing conference. Thank you also to all of our distinguished guests, participants, and presenters. As Zahra mentioned, I'm a historian, so please indulge me in one very brief historical anecdote. The Iraq War was one of the, if not the defining moment of my early adulthood. Much like the Cuban Missile Crisis or Nasser's coup in Egypt could have been for previous generations. I remember standing, a senior in college, the exact same age as many of our students, in my best friend's living room on March 17th, 2003, as George W. Bush delivered his ultimatum to Saddam Hussein: surrender and leave, or else. It was, frankly, a spine-chilling moment. This conference, of course, will examine the aftermath for our region of that fateful time. My most important role now and honor is of introducing Georgetown's provost. For those not familiar with American higher education, at many schools, the provost is the chief academic officer. Dr. Robert Groves has been provost of Georgetown University since 2012, and he is also the Gerard Campbell Society of Jesus professor in the Department of Mathematics and Statistics and the Department of Sociology. His research examines the social, cognitive, and behavioral influences on statistics. In true Georgetown fashion, Bob is an accomplished scholar and also committed to public service, having served most notably and most recently as director of the US Census Bureau, which is a presidential appointment. Please join me in welcoming Provost Groves to the stage.
Good evening and welcome to all of you. I am honored on behalf of the larger global Georgetown community to join the dignitaries, the advocates, the scholars, and the journalists in what is, I think, a unique gathering, something we should all be proud of. I want to thank the organizers. For any of you in the audience who've ever organized a meeting like this, you realize that it is a million details and it's heavy work. I thank the Sears group for doing this. And I want to reflect on why it is appropriate for Georgetown to be part of this gathering. Georgetown, like all universities, play a unique role as a societal institution. We are seekers of truth. We do so in a never-ending, a relentless, a dispassionate, an open seeking of truth. And for Georgetown, in the Jesuit tradition, founded in the 1400s, the one way we seek truth is that we seek dialogue across differences. Now, dialogue requires seeking out different perspectives. It requires a listening to those perspectives, assuming goodwill on the part of all actors. And then it requires a reflection, a synthesis of different perspectives, a discernment of how we can take in these new facts to get closer to truth. So truth-seeking is a group enterprise. It is best done in heterogeneous groups. It is best exercised among those whose circumstances provide a different lens on the same facts. So it is therefore quite fitting that Georgetown University be the host of this gathering, this unique gathering here. Through the leadership of Dean Masri and Zahra Babar, who you've just met, we gather together for a hiwarat, a dialogue. We seek to hear, but also to listen carefully to what we're hearing. We seek to compare perspectives. We seek a reflection, a synthesis of views, and we seek through that over the next few days to get just a little closer to the truth. This is indeed a noble enterprise that we all engage in over the next few days. I want to welcome you to this conference and welcome to Georgetown. Thank you.
Grateful thanks, Provost Groves. We are so honored you were able to join us for this on this important occasion. And thank you also for reminding us about the important reasons why we as a university host these sorts of conversations. And now I would invite all of you to take a little break to enjoy a bit of food in each other's company and some hiwarat of your own at your tables. We will return shortly and have the privilege of hearing from our Dean, Dr. Safwan Masri. Thank you.
I am Safwan Masri, and I have the distinct privilege of leading Georgetown University in Qatar. President Salih, Your Excellencies, Provost Groves, members of the Georgetown community, dear friends, what a spectacular turnout this is. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being with us this evening. I really couldn't be happier than I am at this moment, kicking off our Hiwarat signature series. Between now and Saturday afternoon, as you've heard, leading scholars, analysts, and journalists, as well as individuals with first-hand knowledge and experience in Iraq during the past 2 decades, will discuss the legacy of the 2003 US-led invasion. Our experts will look at how the war inexorably changed Iraq as a nation and changed the lives of its citizens, and how the war changed attitudes and expectations across the region as long-established international diplomatic relationships were upended and reset. The United States, as you know, has had a hand in the region for some 8 decades. From FDR's famous meeting with King Abdulaziz aboard the USS Quincy on that fateful day in February of 1945, which set the parameters of a relationship and a regional dynamic that would not be challenged until Barack Obama's presidency, to the US and UK instigated Iranian army-led overthrow of Prime Minister Mossadegh in 1953, to the storming by US Marines of the beaches of Beirut in 1958, marking America's first ever overt military operation in the Middle East. A mission that would mark the beginning of decades of American combat expeditions in the region. And just as locals waved at and cheered American soldiers in Beirut 45 years prior, they did so in Baghdad in 2003. In this case, in anticipation of salvation from the tyranny of Saddam Hussein. But 20 years onward, it is almost impossible to find an Iraqi town or family that hasn't been devastated as a result of the invasion and its ensuing occupation. Tonight and over the next 2 days, we will explore what the invasion meant for Iraq and for the region. We will examine implications for global diplomacy and for US foreign policy toward the region. We will also discuss how attitudes toward the US in the region and beyond may have shifted as a result of its failures in Iraq and Afghanistan, and whether those failures further eroded America's moral authority, already tenuous as a result of its stalwart support for Israel over the decades. Now, there is another 20-year anniversary that I want to talk to you briefly about. This one is a happy one. Next year, Georgetown University in Qatar celebrates 2 decades since its founding, right here in Doha, an education city in partnership with and because of the great vision of Qatar Foundation and its chairperson, Her Highness Sheikha Moza bint Nasser Al Misnad. As we approach our 20th anniversary, we have been reflecting on where we've been, where we are, and where we want to go. Our eyes are focused on the next 20 years. We are embarking on an ambitious strategy to become the preeminent global campus in the region. We are investing in and expanding our academic offerings. We are strengthening and growing our faculty. We are creating and we are innovating. And we are engaging with our communities locally, regionally, and globally. This weekend's event offers a preview of what is to come. Tonight, we launch our Hiwarat conference series. Hiwarat is the Arabic word for dialogues, because it is through dialogue, as you've heard from Provost Groves, that we learn from one another. Through dialogue, we understand the world better and are able to plan for a better future. Hiwarat is about bringing together scholars, practitioners, and the public for an exploration of important, relevant, and timely questions. It is about offering an inclusive, engaged space in search of innovative solutions to present and future challenges. In the weeks and months ahead, we will delve into the history of Islamophobia, the continuing challenges concerning Afghanistan, the future of water security in the Gulf, and the social and cultural dynamics shaping the global energy landscape. Ours is obviously not the only conversation taking place on the anniversary of the Iraq invasion tonight. But I'm convinced it will be one of the most authentic, nuanced, and counterintuitive, because it is connecting the global South with the global North, because it is taking place in the world, because it is happening here, and it features people from here. Our guests and experts this weekend are immersed in this region's storied and often troubled history, its hopes and aspirations, and its heartbreaks. And perhaps none more so than tonight's keynote speaker, Dr. Barham Salih, who served as the 8th president of Iraq from 2018 to 2022. Dr. Salih is an Iraqi Kurdish politician with years of public service and leadership experience, including a stint as former Prime Minister of the Kurdistan region and former Deputy Prime Minister of the Iraqi federal government. His Excellency has a deep and profound personal understanding of the complexities involved in Iraq's political, social, and historical landscape, based on his long-term engagement in the governance and development of the country. A highly educated man with multiple degrees in engineering, way to go, including a PhD, he married a highly educated woman, Dr. Sarbagh Salih, who is with us tonight. And he founded, with Dr. Sarbagh, the American University of Iraq, Suleimani. It has been my privilege to call President Salih and Dr. Sarbagh and their 2 children, Kali and Suwar, dear friends. Let me tell you a few things about him that you will not find in his bio. Barham Salih is a man of unimpeachable integrity. He is humble and he is modest, an astute listener more than a boisterous talker. He engages soberly with those across the aisle, and perhaps most unique and admirable in a political leader, he is capable of reflection and self-criticism, which explains why he graciously accepted my invitation to be here tonight to deliver our keynote address, and to stay on afterwards for a sit-down interview with Peter Harling, one of the most original and incisive analysts in the region. Peter has more than 20 years' experience working across the Middle East as an academic, journalist, and political advisor. For Le Monde Diplomatique, he reported from Iraq before, during, and after the invasion. He is founder and director of Synapse, a Beirut-based consultancy group focused on developing innovative forms of knowledge production on important regional issues. What differentiates Peter from the pack is a grasp of the region that manages to be both practical and scholarly, often in the same breath. Those of you who have read his work know he is an extraordinarily gifted writer. He is also in possession of a quality in too short a supply among analysts: deep empathy for the people he writes about. Finally, and this last credential will be dear to the hearts of students and faculty of Georgetown, Peter studied biology before switching to political science and sociology, after which time, Peter claims, he lived happily ever after. So, without further delay, please help me welcome to the stage tonight's keynote speaker, Dr. Barham Salih.
Thank you, Safwan. As always, you're most kind and most generous. And thank you for inviting me to be here tonight and to have this opportunity to address in this important gathering, this important conference. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, 20 years ago, the rule of Saddam Hussein's regime was brought to an end, ushering in a new era for Iraq, the Middle East, and the wider world. The war that overthrew the regime remains contentious among Iraqis, the region, and definitely in the United States and Europe. For sure, war is never a good option. And for many Iraqis who fought hard, relentlessly for decades to bring down the dictatorial regime, this action, the removal, overthrowing of this regime by outside powers, was definitely not a good option, was not a preferred option. But for many Iraqis who have endured horrors under the previous regime, from genocide, discrimination, wars, sanctions, you name it, this was the only option to end that nightmare. It was a moment of salvation for many Iraqis from that brutal dictatorship, from the long nightmare of tyranny, and this is a fundamental fact that should not be overlooked. With dictatorship gone, Iraq had a chance to heal its wounds and forge a new path based on coexistence and security. However, I have to admit and acknowledge painfully, those expectations and hopes have not been fully realized. The transition has been anything but easy or smooth. The legacy inherited was far more difficult than anticipated. Decades of tyranny, oppression, genocide, wars, sanctions has had a profound impact, traumatizing the people of Iraq. Further, the transition has been mired in much trouble, chaos, and violence with the onslaught of terrorism to unprecedented levels, which swept the country and tried to push us beyond the brink. Many international and regional actors intervened directly or indirectly, complicating this process. Iraq historically, and certainly at that stage, has been most consequential in this neighborhood, which has by and large been wary of Iraq and its prospects. So we have witnessed this unprecedented levels of intervention, direct and indirect. This Iraqi transition became a global and regional competition and a rivalry zone, admittedly aided and abetted by the serious and deep political divisions and rivalries within the country itself. In this context, the premise on the eve of the removal of the regime was mired by missteps and mistakes by Iraq's political elite. We have to shoulder responsibility for making that transition far more difficult and costly to the people of Iraq than necessary. However, for many inside Iraq, the pain of transition pale in comparison to the horrors they had to endure under dictatorship for decades. While Iraq has fallen short of the aspirations that greeted its liberation, it has also made notable strides. A new constitution approved by voters, 6 democratic transfers of power, and an open polity that has been unleashed after decades of repression. And decidedly better economic prospects. And given the regional perspectives, one can say Iraq is not a source of aggression against its neighbors. Instead, it is trying to integrate into the region and in fact leading regional cooperation and economic partnerships in our neighborhood. To be realistic and objective, Iraq continues to struggle with deep-rooted problems that stem from decades of political and governance failures and challenges. The scars of dictatorship, ethnic and sectarian violence, have not entirely healed. Political deadlock, constitutional disputes, ethnic and religious tensions, poor governance, and corruption poses serious challenges to the country. All of this at a time when we are also faced with a monumental environmental crisis that requires urgent attention. We must acknowledge that the constitutional order we set after 2003 led to a structurally weak, constrained state dominated by non-state actors. From my perspective, the system has run its course after 20 years. Iraq requires fundamental reforms, a sincere reconciliation between its constituent communities, a historic pact between the state and society, and a commitment to good governance and reforms. As I stated repeatedly during my time as Iraq's president, the country needs a new constitutional and political contract that should enshrine good governance and redefines the relationship between the government and the people. Critically, the 2005 Constitution, historic when it was introduced, needs to be amended to reflect the lessons of the past 20 years and hopes for the next 20. While we need to address these political challenges and reforms of the pose long-term threats to the living conditions of millions of Iraqis, to the long-term sustainability of our economy, and to Iraq's national security. The negative impacts of climate change are well documented, and they will only get worse unless we act with immediacy and resolve. The effects of climate change are being compounded by the lack of this urgent action needed, and the continuation of wasteful practices that assume water availability is unlimited and that the energy and resource conversations are not necessary. As a result of these factors, 54% of our country is under serious threat of land degradation. And desertification is now affecting nearly 39% of the land area. Dam building on the headwaters of our twin rivers from Iran and Turkey has reduced the amount of water reaching Iraq, and as a result, the salt wedge of the Gulf is migrating up the southern portion of Iraq, negatively affecting our agriculture production and causing Basra to suffer from lack of drinking water. The potential human cost of these changes are immense. 7 million Iraqis have already been affected one way or the other by drought and the risk of displacement. According to Iraq's Ministry of Water Resources, and we have a former distinguished Minister of Water Resources with us, Mr. Janabi, according to the Ministry of Water Resources, the country could face a shortfall of as much as 10.8 billion cubic meters of water annually by 2035. This deficit is based on the shortfall between what is predicted to reach Iraq and what Iraq will need for agriculture, industrial and domestic use, and that does not include the potential effects of climate change on snow and rainfall and the losses due to evaporation and increased temperatures. This is truly a crucial challenge. Mesopotamia, the land of the two rivers, Ardus Sawat, which was the old historic name of Iraq. This was the land of the greenery, is now turning into arid desert land. This has to be addressed, and it is of consequence not only to the Iraqis, but is of consequence to the entirety of the region. In order to address this fully and definitively, this will have to come as part of the need for our economic reforms and economic restructuring, and particularly reforming our oil-dependent economy, which provides most of the country's exports and state revenues. The country needs definitely to foster economic diversification and a dynamic private sector that tackle long-term challenges of climate change. To be fair, those of you who have visited Baghdad recently and visited the south, not to mention the Kurdistan region, you will see quite a lot of economic activity and private sector investment that is beginning to bring the country up. The title of this conversation, هذه الحوارات, the regional perspectives. Iraq is a unique country, is of consequence to everybody in this neighborhood. In the presence of so many distinguished experts, I will dare speak my mind and say, this is the place, Mesopotamia, is where the great powers of this neighborhood, Anatolia, Persia, and Arabia, have always come together, collided. This is where more often than not, regional balances have been defined. This has been the case for millennia. In the 20th century, the British have arrived. In the 21st century, the Americans have come. But the fundamentals remain the same. Mesopotamia is of consequence. Everybody has a stake in this country, in the future of this country. And we may all sit down and be judgmental about what is going on in Iraq. As I said, we have to reflect upon a lot of these things from our inner selves, from inside. But as we look at our prospects and deal with our challenges, we need to recognize we are not an island in the Pacific. We live in quite an interesting neighborhood. And if you look back at history, and I'm going to depart from my written notes, Iraq has always been, from the perspective of many of the actors in this neighborhood, has been a source of aggression, has been a source of trouble, has been a source of conflict. From inside of Iraq, we look and we say everybody's trying to take us one way or another. Iraq fought an 8 war. Saddam fought 8 years of war with Iran, paid for mostly by Iraqi resources and lives. And we still, I think, pay debts incurred from those days. I say enough of this. We don't need Iraq to be the gate for whoever. We do not want Iraq to be the avenue for the liberation of this or that country or whatever mission is being defined. I think most Iraqis have had enough of all these dynamics. The way we look at our geopolitics is that instead of us being part of this power rivalry in this neighborhood, our best asset is to turn it around and become a bridge. Iraq's population today, Iraq's population in 2003, when the war happened, when the regime was overthrown, was 28 million. Today is 42 million. 2050 will be 80 million. With these huge challenges that we have, and I'm sure the same applies to Turkey in certain ways in terms of population growth, to a degree to Iran, definitely to Egypt, to Jordan. I don't have data from the Gulf per se, but we have huge challenges in this region. God has endowed us with huge resources. Instead of these being squandered on wars and conflict, we need to really invest these in terms of creating markets and for Iraq's security, for our future. We have a vital stake in making sure that there is regional integration and creating infrastructure that bind this region together. And yes, different actors have different views about where this should go. But I think this is the way to go forward in order to make sure war will no longer become an option for any of these actors around us or within Iraq. Iraq has hosted Baghdad Conference during the previous government on a couple of occasions where neighbors have come. And one session was hosted by King Abdullah of Jordan. I think fairly soon, Prime Minister Soudani will be hosting a new expanded version of this Baghdad conference in which neighbors are coming together and to talk specifics about infrastructure work that we have to develop to create jobs for these growing populations of ours. And to really create this interdependency. I'll be honest with you, this is one way for Iraq, or at least many of us in Iraq are speaking about this and want it this way, want to turn the dynamics, the narrative, to creating opportunities, getting Iraq to become the indispensable bridge to bring the country together. I want to conclude with the following notion. Iraq is an amazing paradox. You go to Baghdad, even at the most difficult of times, remains impressive, remains beacon of culture and arts. Iraq, once again, a great, industrious, creative population. I'm talking Iraq in Basra, I'm talking Mosul, I'm talking Kurdistan, I'm talking these various communities. I wish you were with us last week, or actually 3 days ago in Suleymaniye. We were having this international music festival where we had great artists from Turkey, from Azerbaijan, from Iran, from Baghdad, from Syria, and obviously from Kurdistan itself. You could see the vibrance of this population, especially the younger population who can, yes, I'm Kurdish and I'm proud of my identity. An Arab is proud of his identity. A Shia is who he is. A Sunni is whatever it is. But at the end of the day, kids in Erbil and in Basra and in Mosul all share the same vision. They want to have good jobs, to have dignity, and to have a decent future. The same applies to the Gulf. The same applies to Jordan, to other countries. It's time we move beyond the politics of the past. And while we reflect about the 20th anniversary, that paradox of Iraq, where this wealth of population, of culture, of natural resources, and these failures of state and politics across the region, not just Iraq, needs to be reflected upon. And hopefully what the Europeans did after the Second World War, and Europe went through so many devastating wars, far more violent and bitter and hateful than whatever war we have gone through in the Middle East. Yet after the Second World War, through creating infrastructure, a common market, interdependency, they moved into a different era. Some people may say, what about Ukraine? Well, but fundamental of the fact, Europeans managed to overcome centuries of sectarian, religious, ethnic world wars. Not that much has happened in this part of the world. I hope with good leadership we can do this, and the region has a stake in Iraq. We have a stake in the region to making sure that our future is different from our past. The next 20 years will hopefully be far, far better than the last 20 years. Thank you very much. What do you want? Where am I sitting? In the middle? In the middle, sir. Thank you.
Well, I'm very grateful to be here, and I was grateful even before Safwan's introduction. I'm very grateful to you all for indeed a very spectacular turnout, which says something about how much this framing speaks to us all. And I'm very grateful also to Georgetown, because the US has moved on. You don't have much of a commemoration in the US today. The region is left behind, stranded with the consequences, many of which have been felt indeed in our personal lives. So I hope that the reflections we'll have, and you've just set the tone, will not only be regional, but also be quite personal, maybe emotional in some ways. I think the region has suffered a lot from distant commentary, from punditry from abroad, and it's a privilege to be part of this conversation on regional terms. This framing means to me a lot because I went to Iraq in '98 as a young man for an internship and stayed 7 years, which says something about the magnetism of Iraq, of which Barham Salih is a very good example. So to you, this time frame of 20 years was one in which you exercised pivotal functions within the Iraqi system as president, but also indeed as deputy prime minister, as prime minister of the KRG for several tenures, and always playing a pivotal role given your temperament and your talent as a politician. And I'd like you to share some of your insight as a witness to the transformations that occurred over this time span, maybe sharing a more personal take still, backed by some anecdotes of yours, if you have any to share. And I'd like to start with perhaps your own personal transformation over the past 20 years in the context of a society that itself is transformed. You mentioned the demographic explosion, a society whose numbers are doubling every 20 years. That means that more than half of Iraqi society would be born after 2003. So what could you share with us about what this has meant to you on a more personal level in that landscape?
History does not start with 2003. And many people, when they talk about the Iraqi history, contemporary Iraqi history, is that the troubles began with 2003. I want you to understand that certainly since 1958, Iraq has not known stability, has always been in one form or another in some kind of serious crisis. 1958, the monarchy was overthrown. 1963, the Ba'athis came, Al-Haras al-Qawmi. Before that, we had Al-Maqawama al-Sha'biyya, and then succession of the Kurdish War. 1968, Ba'ath comes to power. 1970, there is a 4-year peace with the Kurds, but there is also other opponents of the regime being taken on. 74, new war starts. 75, Algiers Accord happens. And then 1979, you have Saddam comes in. 1980 is the Iraq-Iran war. 91 is the invasion of Kuwait. 1990, sorry. And then the sanctions. And so for Iraqis, does not start with 2003. And I hope the world knows this as well. It goes back a long, long time. And my generation knows the Anfal, knows Halabja, knows the mass graves in Al-Mahawil. And you go everywhere. Every family in Iraq has been touched by these events. And they did not start in 2003. And again, I hope that it came out clearly. I'm not saying justifying the excesses, the mistakes, the misdeeds, the abuses that happened from 2003. A lot of nasty things have happened. And we as Iraq's political elite, of course, have to shoulder responsibility for at least major part of these things. But the country has been going through hell. And many of us have tried to build something that is decidedly different. I'm not saying we have succeeded. The thing about Iraq, I would say, Pete, and this is the lesson I take from years in politics. There are no end games per se. In 2004-5, when we adopted the new constitution, we were so excited and we were so proud, and I'm still very proud of many of the issues that we managed to contain in the new constitution. The Bill of Rights, second chapter of the constitution is quite good, quite important for this party. And we're talking about the heart of the Islamic world, Middle East. And we had a popularly mandated referendum on our constitution. And we had a power sharing arrangement. Much of it may be now under threat for a variety of reasons, dynamics that are happening. But we have to have the courage and admit to it. Not many people, certainly in Kurdistan, may not like what I say, that the constitution needs to change in order to reflect those experiences that we have had. And if I were to take Iraq's history as well and compare it to other transitions, Iraq is obviously very different because of its geopolitics and the neighborhood we live in. But, you know, these things take time. Again, we could have done better. I reflect upon it on continually, but I think the prospects for this country, and especially with the younger population, is amazing. And you see a lot of young people who are taking an interest in getting involved, but we do have, as I said to you, also very, very serious challenges. It continues to be a struggle. It continues to be a battle.
Yes, I've been going back and forth over the years. What I found most disturbing at times was how little I recognized the country, not least during the period where you had all these blast walls. But what disturbed me most during my last trip was how much I did recognize the country based on my experience prior to the war. So there is this feeling of coming back full circle despite the price that has been paid. But the ability to reflect, I think, that is indeed new. And I've been astounded by this youth, which is to a large extent self-taught, many of whom, even if they've heard of Saddam, couldn't care less. And are very much...
70% of Iraq's population today is below the age of 30. They don't have recollections of the previous regime. So you can't justify your excesses and your corruption and your mismanagement to the previous regime.
You've always been, not least as occurred from Soleimani, juggling regional dynamics that have been go through so many reconfigurations over the past 20 years. There's also a feeling of coming full circle in a moment of appeasement today, intense dialogue, producing some results. How much faith do you put into...
Baghdad or what?
Through Baghdad, but also among neighbors?
Be more specific.
Between Iran and Saudi Arabia today?
Of course, yeah, of course. No, I think this is quite important and significant. And at the end of the day, if we go back to contemporary history, these rivalries have not benefited Iraq and definitely not benefited the neighborhood either. So the Saudi-Iran dialogue is good, positive, and we hope it will lead to lasting arrangements. At the end of the day, Iran, for that matter, Turkey, and the Gulf would really need to come together, and Iraq is definitely a very central part to that. We want to see a far more calmer atmosphere in the neighborhood. We really need to change the narrative. This is not about a zero-sum game. We need to find jobs for our kids.
But how do you explain this shift in the atmospherics, nothing else really having changed on the fundamentals?
Look, I mean, perhaps the way I would put it, there are still important hurdles, there are still important difficulties, but the atmospherics is important. Atmospherics were very bad. Even if it is just atmospherics, my hope is that this will lead to meaningful results. This is a hope. I'm not saying I'm not privy to any information, but my hope it will lead to something tangible, real. This is better for everybody. And our Iranians need this. The Gulf needs this. We need it. This cannot go on. Iran has serious economic issues. and needs to address those things. The region needs a common security pact and an arrangement by which everybody would be respectful of each other's interests. The Gulf needs a secure environment in order to do this amazing, amazing modernization that we are witnessing and continue with it. And you simply cannot push it away. Let me also take you on a different tangent. And this is something I often talk to my many friends in the Gulf, whom I admire for what they have done, and not least what we have seen in Doha and Qatar is amazing, is really remarkable. The World Cup was a moment of pride for everybody, for every Middle Easterner, for every Muslim, for every whatever, you name it. I mean, we all took a stake in this thing. Really amazing. So we're proud of that. But for this to be surviving, sustainable long term, you can't push Egypt away. You can't push Jordan away. I don't say Iraq because Iraq, with hopefully reforms, we have abundant. These markets here. We need to create this interdependency, Iran, Turkey, Jordan, hopefully with Syria being, hope that this crisis in Syria, this tragedy of Syria will be brought to an end. And it's simply, you can't, again, I go back and grab a page from European history. You could not do what you did in Europe without bringing in the Portuguese and the Spaniards on board. So we need to really create this common market and create these expanded markets so that these better to-do societies and countries can really have more opportunities as well. So I think this is the way we are going. And so Iran and Saudi, good luck, and we should support this thing, and we should see hopefully meaningful changes that will mean a more stable order in the Middle East.
I also wanted to start in this way to make a point, which is that we can have a conversation about Iraqi society, about the region, without referring to the US, which in a sense is a novelty. The past 20 years have been a US era in some ways, but without a US policy. And increasingly, we've seen America becoming not quite sidelined, but a much lesser player. Does the US still have a role to play in the regional dialogue underway? And if so, of what nature today?
I think, look, I mean, we can speak much about the international order. The United States remains relevant, is a major global power, the major global power, and is still of great relevance in this part of the world. We certainly, in Iraq, we have this strategic framework agreement that is governing the relationship. We want to take the relationship from the security dynamics that defined that relationship in the past to the economic, culture, education, political cooperation, and so on. And I think there is something also real is happening. Number one, the United States is focused on a number of other issues around the world. But, ladies and gentlemen, I think 20 years ago or so, the Middle East was also different. The Middle East is coming of age too as well. There is a growing self-confidence in this neighborhood. We do read what think tanks in Washington would say. We definitely read the New York Times and the Washington Post. But Middle Eastern think tankers who can write will also be heard, will also be relevant, just to say this region is coming of age. And I don't think there might have been a period of time going back to the colonial era and so on, where we all waited to see what the Brits would say, what the Americans would say, what others would say. Now that is a lot less of an issue with us, I think. This is happening across the board. People can decide for themselves, and we know the region better than others. We definitely know also, and we should know, that the United States matters. And there are many things that we would need the United States for, or the United States needs this region for, and we can cooperate based on what is right for our own priorities and so on. And I think this is real. This is not the era of the past waiting for what the Americans would decide or not to decide. Obviously, whatever they decide will be of consequence to us, but there is a lot that is going on in here. And this time when we had, we used to have American government formation in Iraq that was definitely more or less guided by Americans and Iranians largely. It's probably less than before, a lot less than before.
You just recently published a piece in Foreign Policy, an opinion piece, which is focused on Iraq, but you make a central argument which I find poses a really interesting problem region-wide. And if you allow me, I would reformulate this argument as pleading to give more power to more players. So in the Iraqi context, this would be more power to the presidency, more power to the parliament, more power to regional, local governments within a system where those relations, of course, would be balanced, offset. To me, it's an interesting proposition that applies not just to Iraq, but to much of the region, because we see in a number of countries power being exercised with no sense of responsibility, no sense of accountability, and what you seem to be proposing is indeed more power coming with more responsibility. And I see a kind of regional divide which I would like you to address, which is not really over monarchies versus republics or democracies versus more authoritarian rule, but more around vision and no vision. Some countries seem to be delivering on a vision, others not. Do you see this divide, and how could it be overcome?
This is a very important point that you raise. In 2003, 4, 5, when we drafted the Constitution, it was primarily drafted by Kurds and Shias. We were all afraid of the past. The Kurds were afraid of the future too. For in the mindset of Iraq's political elite then was never again. We would not want to have another Saddam Hussein. So we went in my view now, reflecting back on those 20 years of the past, created a structurally constrained state and government. In fact, in that article, I'm calling for setting up, changing the parliamentary system into more of a presidential system, semi-presidential or presidential system. Here we will be confronted with a direct problem, and that is of the Kurdish people in Iraq who have suffered, and their integration into the Iraqi polity since the inception of the modern state of Iraq has been a problem and has been a cause of continuing crisis in Baghdad. And if you go back to the history since 1921, when the new form Iraqi state. We Kurds do not want a presidential system in Baghdad, fearing that one day a new dictator will come and revisit them with the onslaught that they have suffered in the past. Shia elites, to be fair, wanted a parliamentary system again, fearing the past. But now I talk to people in Basra, I talk to people in Mosul, in Anbar. They are yearning for a stronger leadership. And from experience, parliamentary democracy makes governments constrained, especially in transition countries like ours. You need to have decisions instead of the prime minister or the government becoming beholden to these little groups, political blocs, and so on. I'm actually advocating for a direct election for a prime minister post or president with executive authority, and renegotiate the deal with the Kurds, have a direct conversation with the Kurds. How do you want to live together? What are the parameters? What are the framework for this relationship? Will you accept me as a full-fledged citizen of Iraq as a Kurd, or will I always be a minority in an Arab country? These are profound questions. And it's not, the question is not only for the Kurds, it's for the Arabs of Iraq who culturally they continue to look upon Iraq as nothing but an Arab country. I'm not going to get into that conversation where it is, because you have in Iraq Kurds, Arabs, Turkomans, and you know. So this debate, we should have it. But one thing I know, privately, when I talk to many people, certainly political leaders, they acknowledge that the government is structured so that it cannot be strong. I think Iraq needs a strong state, but an accountable government. I mean, this is how I phrase it. So for this, you need a parliament who can observe. But I think personally, and I think I'm reflecting the views of many of my political friends dare not say this publicly. Now, I've said it, by the way, when I was president as well. It's not that I'm saying it because I'm out of office. This is what the country needs. But this, you cannot have a coup in Iraq, thank God. We should have this dialogue. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, this is the kind of debate we have in Baghdad. This is the kind of conversations we have in Iraq these days. I'm not saying, again, this is not your ultimate liberal democracy, Western style, whatever it is, but the kind of diwans in Najaf, Ya Kaka Hassan, the kind of conversation that goes there. There are lots of nasty non-state actors, militias, you name it, all these characters that I'm not trying to paint for you something that is not there. But there is also these young people who came out on the street in 2019 saying, Nuridu Watan. And it was the most elegant statement about the dynamics of the society that wants to see a country reformed that offers them opportunities.
But you have systems who build legitimacy in reference to the past, and that might include young politicians beholden to militias, for instance. And then you have systems that build legitimacy in reference to the future, to some promise, some vision, and extending that legitimacy to the youth, right? In Iraq, how would you shift, especially given the legacy of violence and distrust that you mentioned, how would you shift from the past to the future, and how do you include that generation that is not imbued in the same political legacy and culture in doing so?
I think we need to be absolutely clear about this. And by the way, I stated this when I was in office, and I repeat it again. We do have an issue of legitimacy because every election we go to, the number of people who go to elections are less. And this is a profound statement about that certainly the younger population have issues with this. But I also see the political discourse, the conversation that goes on in the country. It is something that you cannot avoid confronting and having a real conversation that what we are having today here. But I have it in Baghdad, and I see others having it in Basra, in Najaf, in Mosul, and you name it. I think Iraq is a vibrant place, truly a vibrant place. And بلد ولود يعني بالأفكار. It's capable of producing these things. And I think I'm an optimist by nature. My wife always tells me that you always see the silver lining in things. But we don't want to go back to violence. We definitely don't want to go to violence. We don't want to go back to dictatorship. We don't want to go to... We should acknowledge we have very, very profound problems and challenges in the country, bad governance, corruption, sectarianism, you name it. I mean, I'm not diminishing any of those, but I also see a lot of young Iraqis who are looking at these things, and I see something else also. Very few Iraqis, if any, very few, talk now about the supremacy of Iraq over its neighbors and going to war and, you know, becoming this pan, whatever it is. Even those who demonstrate on this day or that day that they announce, no, they don't have traction. Iraqis want to live in peace. They want to enjoy the resources of the country, and they genuinely want to integrate into the region. And this is truly an opportunity. talking about the paradoxes of Iraq, huge resources and huge needs. Put it together is a big, huge market. And it's happening, by the way. You go to Anbar, the investment in Anbar now, you see a lot of things that are happening. You go to Mosul. Mosul 4 years ago, 5 years ago was a wasteland. Everybody that goes to Mosul and comes back, and Mina, you've not been recently, it's really coming up. It's really coming up. Is there corruption in those construction projects? Absolutely, yes. And it's a problem. But again, putting things in context gives me hope that we will have lots of bumps along the way, but I think it's doable, fixable.
To me, the question that always comes back is indeed how to shift from this era, the past 20 years, which I think you could define as, or at least I would define as, the multiplication and diversification of forms of violence across the region, but combined with increasing pointlessness of all that violence, as if nothing really was at stake. So extraordinary suffering and waste, destruction of value, erosion of infrastructure, diversion of resources, indeed, through corruption, but to what end? And I wonder if that era isn't coming to a close, not least because more and more people are realizing that conflict has changed in its nature. It's far more difficult to achieve one's goals, or I think even to define one's goals, if we take the example of Iraq or today Ukraine. So how do you see, you mentioned during your keynote speech the threats that Iraq faces today, and they're not geopolitical in nature. You mentioned demographics, this demographic explosion, which indeed is not specific to Iraq. We have the same in Egypt, and it's scarier. The environmental threat with climate change that indeed will impact Iraq more than others, but many countries across the region are concerned. And I think there's also the fiscal balance or public finance. Iraq is a country on the brink, so it's extraordinarily rich and at the same time poor in terms of its ability to do anything. So conflict always served as a distraction. That distraction today is disappearing. In your conversations with peers, do you sense a shift towards governing?
In fact, talking about the fiscal challenges and the budgetary issues, I was in Baghdad 2 weeks ago, and I met with the Prime Minister and all the senior leaders talking about some of this stuff. And this is, I consider myself a liberal Democrat, but elections are a problem because they make you spend more money. Politicians make promises to commit money that they don't necessarily have. So the public sector in Iraq is highly bloated. It's truly a rentier state to an extreme order. And it's a real problem. And we depend critically on high oil prices. And if oil prices were to go below a certain level, then certainly this will pose a huge challenge. That is why diversification of the economy is important. To be fair, the government is focused on these things. A Sudani who has served in various government posts through the years, he has a keen idea about some of these issues. I hope he will be successful, and we should support him to do what he's doing on these matters. Because at the end of the day, the demographic pressure is huge. People want employment. Private sector is now beginning to bring back money into the economy and investing, but it is not fast enough to create jobs for the growing younger population and certainly for the graduate population. And this is a time bomb in any society. These legions of unemployable graduates, they're a social time bomb. They are an asset, but without good government structure and policies, it's a problem. But these are, what you mentioned about the fiscal aspect is definitely a huge daunting threat that at least may not be felt today, but if we don't take some actions in the next couple of years, we will have some serious numbers to account for.
By the way, I think that's the inability to absorb one's youth and one's population into the administration is felt across the region and leading to an interesting shift or change in the social compact, and then to free energy, free water in many places, not necessarily for all, but for a large part of one's population. So I do see all sorts of regional trends occurring, veiled by conflict, but which might pick up in the years to come. I wanted us to conclude on what I would call the region's extraordinary synchronicity. We've witnessed for centuries change occurring in waves across the region, a region that has shown an unusual cohesiveness as a kind of geographical, political, social unit, despite conflict. Recent examples would include the Nahda in the 19th century, but also the revolutions of the mid-20th, the uprisings in the early, as of 2011. And even today, we see this synchronicity at play with economic collapse in Lebanon, Tunisia, potentially Egypt, or through natural disasters, as occurred in Syria, Turkey, and then more recently in Morocco and Libya. So I wanted you to comment not just as a politician, as an Iraqi, but also as a Kurd, as an intellectual, and as a person, as a father of two amazing children in particular, on what makes this region function that way, so cohesively despite the differences. And just to finish on that, you mentioned Europe. And it made me think that in Europe we have all the institutions, the legislation, the processes, but there's not much of a common sense of identity and future. And in fact, we're seeing much of what existed fray today as a result of our wave of populism. So I thought it would be interesting if you could share your reflections on what makes this region so unique in that sense and so lovable.
Thank you for this question, because one thing I look back, in a modest way in terms of our modern history, modernization in our part of the world came with the European influence, colonization, you name it, and we have imported some good ideas from Europe and from the West, but we have also imported some bad ideas from the Western world. One was ethnic nationalism, and look at, this came through Turkey and probably Mohammad Reza Shah. I don't know whether Vali's here, he would correct me on this. Arab nationalists came and took it, and we Kurdish nationalists, you name it. All of this has really disrupted this part of the world. Secularism, the way we imported it as well, in the name of modernity, was a truly muta'assif, brutal rupture between religion and public life. They took the most extreme form of secularism instead of having this debate about the role of religion in public life. And we ended up with the worst of both worlds, fundamentalism and extreme religiosity as a way of coming back over this, and a few other ideas. Now I see the following. My hope is there. I see people can be proud of their identities. I'm a Kurd and I'm proud of my identity and heritage and whatever. The kid from Basra is the same, proud of his identity, however he defines it. But at the end of the day, the priority for the kids in Suleimania, my hometown, and the kids in Amman and in Egypt and in these various societies, in Isfahan, in Ankara, you name it, Mardin, priority for everybody is becoming more about jobs, about dignity. Is the end of ideology that has defined much of our 20th century and even till now. I'm not saying ideology does not matter. It matters. Of course it matters. But what is becoming more important, provision of electricity, services, education, jobs, fundamentally dignity. And this compels me and the other neighbors of mine in Suli and friends in wherever. People will be driving through this. In my view, Europe, if you look back, it was not just about an economic life. People got tired of these centuries. It's truly, if you read European history, has been truly, truly violent, truly bitter. I think this Middle East, in the presence again of these eminent experts, we are very loud, we're very passionate, but we don't actually practice that passion in terms of the violence and so on, the way we have seen the Europeans during the, yet it was overcome. So we see this brutality now in Ukraine is to an extreme level. So my hope is that this priority of basic good governance is becoming a norm that brings this region together. So when people look at Doha, when people look at the Emirates, when they look at what is happening in the Gulf across the region, they want to do the same. Obviously, different countries have different dynamics and different resources and different conditions. So I think this is the new dynamics that is really bringing this region together. It's not necessarily because of a formal, explicit decision by certain group of leaders saying we want to go this way. People are tired and they've had enough. And I can give you a lot of anecdotes about this. It's no longer possible for you as a politician to go on a podium and speak the beautiful poetic Arabic and raise the masses to march over whatever you want them to march on. It's not as easy as it used to be. I think that's a fair point.
And listening to you, I would conclude at my end on the need in the West or in the outside world to also update our approach to the region. This could have been a conversation only about war, about tragedy and waste, and I think there's so much more to the region, but we've been approaching it through that lens for so long that an enormous effort is implied at our end to start paying more attention to what counts, and I think people like Barham Salih are cluing us in the right direction. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
You know, but the last time I hosted you was at Columbia University, and you were a sitting president, and you were phenomenal, as you always are. Tonight, you topped it. You topped it. That this was more phenomenal than when you spoke to us in New York, and I think at least for a couple of reasons. One is you're no longer a sitting president, right? And two, because we had Peter as the moderator. So thank you both so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Enjoy conversation and some food, and we will be back with you in a little while. Okay, we're back. We are back, and that was amazing. And I really want you to join me once again in thanking President Barham Salih. I mean, that was a phenomenally informative tutorial on the situation in Iraq, on its history, and like you said, not only over the past 20 years, but since the 1950s, and of course, long before then. There is so much to learn and to engage in. And Peter, thank you so much for really your phenomenal interlocution. So from that, let's thank them once again, please. So from gaining visibility into the challenges of governing Iraq, and I think as Peter said, many of the challenges that President Salih pointed to were not really political, right? Or were not geopolitical either, but had a lot to do with real issues, societal issues, economic issues, issues that are very difficult to deal with. We will next explore another dimension of the Iraqi experience, the experience of American and British servicemen and women and diplomats whose boots were on the ground during the war and who engaged in nation building and nation mending efforts in the war's aftermath. Here to do that are the Ambassador of the United States to Qatar, His Excellency Mr. Timmy Davis, and His Excellency Mr. Jonathan Wilkes, UK Ambassador to Qatar. Ambassador Davis is a career member of the Senior Foreign Service with the rank of Counselor. Before he joined the Foreign Service, he served in the United States Marine Corps for nearly a decade, including in the Horn of Africa and Iraq. He has been ambassador to Qatar since August 22. Timmy, you and I both came to Doha to start our new jobs around the same time. Prior to his current appointment, His Excellency served as a diplomat in several locations around the world, including Najaf and Basra in Iraq, where he was Consul General and where he oversaw the suspension of military operations. Ambassador Davis's knowledge of Arabic and expertise in matters concerning Iraq resulted in his positions as Director for Iraq at the National Security Council and Deputy Chief of Staff to the Special Presidential Envoy to counter ISIL. Now, a couple of things about Ambassador Davis. As you will find out, he has a phenomenal sense of humor, a very large personality, and I'm very proud to say that he is a constant presence at Georgetown University in Qatar. Yes. He loves coming, and our faculty and students love having him. Now, we forgave him for having been the commencement speaker at Texas A&M. We have the Dean of Texas A&M here with us with his wife, Gina. But we had Ayman Muhyiddin, and that's why we sat you next to one another. Ayman was our commencement speaker. I will announce tonight our new Ambassador Speaker Series, which will be inaugurated by Ambassador Davis. He's not being taken by surprise because we discussed it at the home of John and Pat Wilkes not long ago. So we will inaugurate the speaker series with a talk and a lunch and a program with Ambassador Davis to be followed the following month with a talk by Ambassador Wilkes, our other speaker in the next section. Ambassador Wilkes has been representing His Majesty's government in Qatar as its ambassador since 2020. He has a long and distinguished record of engagement with the Middle East as an expert and diplomat, starting from his first position in the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, where he was an assistant desk officer on Iran in the Middle East Department. His subsequent postings included Yemen, Saudi Arabia, and Sudan. Between 2007 and 2009, he was also the regional Arabic spokesman, becoming a regular guest on Al Jazeera. 10 years later, in 2017, he was appointed the British ambassador to the Republic of Iraq, having served already there as the deputy head of mission in Baghdad from 2009 to 2010. His superb diplomatic work was recognized in 2012 when he was awarded the most distinguished Order of St. Michael and St. George, a British order of chivalry bestowed on individuals who hold high office and render extraordinary non-military service to the United Kingdom in a foreign country. Now, in January, we will miss John here in Doha because he will be stepping down from his position as ambassador. But we look forward to having him as an academic colleague when he joins the Center for Islamic Studies at the University of Oxford. I'm proud to call both gentlemen and their spouses, Patty Davis and Pat Wilkes, friends. Now, both of these men are refreshingly clear-eyed and candid, as you will soon discover, which gives us the promise of a great conversation with Al Jazeera's Layla Al-Sheikhi, a familiar face here in the region and beyond. Layla Al-Sheikhi is an Iraqi anchorwoman and television presenter. Born in Baghdad, she lived in Saudi Arabia and was educated in England and the United States. Ms. Al-Sheikhi started her career in Washington, D.C., where she was a TV broadcaster. Later, she joined the BBC World Service in London and continued her journalistic work with several Arab satellite stations. She has interviewed some of the most prominent public figures of recent decades, among them Nelson Mandela, Muammar Gaddafi, and the late Lebanese Prime Minister Rafiq Hariri. In 2007, together with fellow Iraqi activist Huzan Mahmoud, Layla hosted a day in the life of Iraqi women as an Every Woman special, discussing the lives of Iraqi women under the US-led occupation. The first female presenter running a political program on Arab television, she is also an educator. Through courses offered by Al Jazeera Media Institute, Layla trains young people in media skills, TV news broadcasting, and talk show presentation. Please join me in welcoming to the stage our distinguished panelists, Ambassadors Davis and Wilkes, along with their moderator, Layla Al-Sheikhli, and Ambassadors
Good evening, everybody. I was asked to speak a bit louder so everybody can hear us. Thank you so much, Dean Masri, for the kind introduction. As an Iraqi American, this topic is very important to me. But then again, you don't have to be an Iraqi American to recognize that this is probably one of the most important, most dramatic events of the 21st century. One that has changed the balance of power forever, probably, in this very, very strategic region. Yes, there was a regime that was changed, but at what price? Almost 1 million Iraqis were killed. Millions and billions of dollars were spent. A lot of destruction, a lot of chaos. And 20 years, we're still asking, why was Iraq invaded? Was it the answer to 9/11? And if it were the answer, who is responsible for what was committed? Some think tanks have called it strategic mistakes. Even politicians involved called it that. After that, where's the accountability? Zero accountability for all the destruction that has taken place. And that's why it is so important to have a gathering like this, to ask questions. On the night of the invasion, March 20th, 2003, I remember it very well because I was on air. And I was presenting a program called على خط النار on the Fire's Line in Abu Dhabi television. And Hans Blix, who was in charge of finding the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, happened to be our guest. It was not planned. And he actually, it wasn't planned to coincide with the bombing, I should say. The moment I introduced him, bombs started falling on Baghdad. I remember asking him, Mr. Blix, now that the war has started, is it justified? He paused. And all I could think of, my mind was racing. I said, please, please, Mr. Blix, please give us something different. Give us something we haven't heard. He didn't. Weapons of mass destruction, the Iraqi government wasn't cooperating. Years after, he did give us what I was hoping he would give us that night. But of course, he was out of office. And of course, there wasn't too much interest at that time. C'est la vie. That's how it is. Over the years, I've interviewed many decision makers, many politicians, diplomats, and I've learned that, of course, there are restrictions. There are diplomatic protocols that don't allow people to say exactly what they feel at the time. And we've learned to respect that. And then they say it afterwards, okay, we have to acknowledge that. And I know that our guests today are in office, both are ambassadors to the state of Qatar. And ambassadors, what we hope from you tonight is to get perhaps a perspective based on your personal experiences. I know you both served in Iraq in different capacities. We want to hear something that we don't really hear in mainstream media, or, we're really tired of hearing. Just something that helps us get an insight to what really took place and why. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you, ambassadors. And Dean Masri, no pressure here, right? No pressure on that. None whatsoever, right? Yeah, I figured that. I figured you would agree. So I'm sure they can very, very well. I just want to draw your attention to this barcode on the tables in front of you. If you could please scan it, and you can send any question you may have, and we will be happy to address those questions at the end of the session. We'll try to take as many questions as we can. If you please keep them brief. And before we start the discussion, I understand there are some opening remarks by the ambassadors. So I will ask you, Ambassador Davis, to please go ahead.
So I want to make sure, can folks hear me in the back? I want to make sure we're speaking at a good level for you. So first I want to thank Dean Masri. He's correct that we have a relationship, I have a relationship with Georgetown that I think benefits both me as ambassador, but also the students of Georgetown. I will tell a quick story about why Georgetown is important to me, and then give a couple of remarks, and we'll move forward. When I was in Najaf in 2006, I was the only civilian U.S. government official in Najaf. If you know Najaf, you know it is the holiest of places for Shia, right? Largest cemetery in the world is there. And they sent a junior officer. I had been a Marine as part of the invasion force 18 months earlier. They sent a junior officer to Najaf. There were a couple of U.S. Army battalions around. One was leaving, another was coming. I went to see the advance party of the battalion that was coming. I met the XO, met the executive officer. We had a great conversation. I was leaving to go on R&R for a few weeks, but I knew that his unit would be there when I got back, and so we had a great conversation. And I said to him, yeah, I'm a foreign service officer. And he said, you went to Georgetown? And I said, well, all diplomats don't go to Georgetown. And so I told him I'd be right back. And I went away for R&R, and 2 days before I got back, he was killed. He was killed in a roadside bombing. And I just remember sitting on the floor of my hooch, of my little trailer, crying, and thinking, man, I wish I'd gone to Georgetown. I wish I'd been able to say yes to his question. And so the work that I do with Georgetown University is a personal debt that I continue to try to pay. I was uniquely a U.S. Marine as part of the invasion force. I told you I was in Najaf a couple of years later, 05 to 07. I went to Basra for the first time in 2011, 2012, director for Iraq at the White House, counter ISIL with General Allen, back to Basra as the consul general. And so for whatever else my career has been, it has been about Iraq. I hope that we can get into your thought that there's been no accountability. Right? When I wake up in the middle of the night screaming, when I am curled up in the back of a bus, when I continue to go back to Iraq, President Salih said earlier tonight, you can leave Iraq, but Iraq doesn't leave you. and the people in my life who've had to pay for the memory of every face of every young person who is dead because I convinced them to work with me and with the United States. The activists, the young women who were gunned down in the street in Basra after we closed the consulate, after I said we shouldn't close it, and we closed it, right? After Iranian TV shows a picture of me and that young female activist and say she was killed because of Timmy Davis, the consul general. And so I challenge the notion that there's no accountability. I know the people who have paid the cost and the price. And so I'm excited to have this conversation. I think it's an important one. I don't know if you're going to hear something that you've never heard before. Maybe you just did. But our responsibility to Iraq goes on and on. I've seen an evolution of political leaders in Iraq and how they think about the United States. The excitement in the notion that the United States should leave from some Iraqi politicians 10 years ago has waned. Now, it doesn't matter who the prime minister is. They understand that there needs to be a relationship with the United States, right? And I would emphasize something that President Salih said about how the region has changed, right? How our responsibility to each other has changed, how it has become an equal footing for countries in this region. Our reparations, if you will, to Iraq cannot be about solving the problems of the past. It has to be about being a good partner now and into the future. And so that's my chapeau, and I'll let, John is so happy that you said, we want to hear honesty. John's quitting in 3 months. He can say whatever. He can say whatever he wants. Not a different post.
No,
John,
just completely?
John's going to be out of this. John's going to tell all the truth he can stand,
This is our
mostly
chance.
about me.
This is our chance.
Well, thanks, Sue. Thanks, Leila. Thanks, Dean Safwan Mashri. Thanks, President Barham Salih. And everybody who's come together tonight for what is already going to be a very special and memorable occasion. This is not the first time I've been on stage debating these issues, but I can already feel this is going to be a very, very special, very valuable and very memorable occasion. So I think I can give you what you want in the sense that I had no connection with the Middle East before I joined the Foreign Service. By coincidence, by luck, I was put in the Middle East department on the Iran desk and then offered the chance to learn Arabic. And since then, I've specialized with a passion for the region. But I think a bit like Timmy, and indeed many friends in UK and US diplomatic services, militaries, I've done more in and on Iraq than anything else in my 34 years of service. And I always want to share what I knew and what I saw, because I think this is a testimony that is valuable as we plot our way forward. You talked about the question of accountability, and very often people want to talk about international law, and I think that debate the experts who've been engaged in that debate, I think, have laid out all the arguments for and against. I think that's very clear. I would say from my perspective, I did 3 postings in Iraq, so opening the embassy after the war in 2003, Deputy Ambassador 2009-10, and I was Ambassador just recently 2017-19, but I was actually an intelligence analyst in the run-up to the war back in London. Not looking at the issue of WMD, but the team that was looking at WMDs was sat next to me. The one thing I can say is, I can share a lot of, the things that I know and saw. The reason I can do that, it is all out there. I mean, the UK has done so many inquiries. I mean, in that sense, we have done more accountability than anybody else. All the facts are out there. All the documents are out there. So I think I can give you what you want, because you can ask me questions where I'm not betraying secrets, because it's all in the documents. I'll finish by saying the Middle East very often. People use the term, it gets you, you catch the bug. But I think Iraq does that for people as well. It has done for me. I'm part of a network of people in Iraq, Iraqi diaspora communities in the UK and the US and many other countries who've all served together in Iraq. We remain connected with Iraq. We want to be a part of what President Barham Salih talked about, that after 20 years, there is enough that is moving in the right direction, never to give up hope, despite the many challenges. And one thing President Barham Salih reminded me is we have sessions like this in Baghdad. When I was in my final couple of months in 2019, about 4 months ago, and as many of you will know, I speak Arabic, so I could do these sessions in Arabic or English. We would have discussions and debates about many of the fundamental issues, presidential system versus prime ministerial system, how to be authentic to Iraq's Islamic roots while also respecting the diversity of Iraqi society, how to make the most of Iraq's geographical position, how to deal with this growing environmental crisis which gets worse year on year and which now, as President Barham Salih says, is getting critical. The quality of those conversations from the Iraqi participants and partners in the room was something I have never experienced in any other country, and gives me hope that we have enough people who care, who have capabilities, who have the ability to lead and to manage both in the private and public sector what will be needed to give Iraq the future it deserves. And if tonight's debate can be a little contribution to that, whether that's looking back at the lessons learned and the practicing of self-criticism and reflection, or the looking forward to what we learned that can help us make the next 20 years better than the last 20 years, I think it'll be time well spent for all of us.
Probably, I don't know if you agree, but they're both linked, because being able to look forward has a lot to do with looking back. That's what, by the way, your opening remarks have led me to just change the whole scenario that I had planned for this interview. So I'm going to start at a different place completely. And allow me, please, I reserve the right to counter-challenge the accountability part.
Please.
Okay. Now, Ambassador, I want to ask you about what was known, how and when was the decision to invade Iraq made? How long or short after 9/11?
I have no idea, right? I was a U.S. Marine. After 9/11, I got on a ship. We went to the Horn of Africa. We went to Afghanistan. We came home. We were home for a short time. We were told to start working up. At some point in early 2003 or late 2002, we got back on the ship and we headed to this region, right? And we sort of floated around for a while, and then in March of 2003, on the night that you speak of, the aircraft and helicopters and personnel from my ship went to Iraq. It's a great question. It's not one that I'm privy to. When you talk about reflecting on the impact of that decision and why that decision was made, John's great nation is not the only nation that's done what we like to call navel gazing. The United States has had a rich and robust conversation. Careers of politicians who sought higher office have been slowed down and impacted by their voting yes for that war. Everyone, in fact, everyone was held accountable. One of the reasons that Hillary Clinton didn't become president in 2008 is because Barack Obama had not voted for the Iraq war, right? And so when we talk about accountability, it's not a bumper sticker, right? It's not a slogan. People's lives were impacted, their political futures were impacted by where they came down on the war in Iraq. And if I just could, 20 years later, my not having been a politician and having been sent to Najaf, I had to make a decision on the ground, as all of us did. Am I going to be a person who cares about whether there were WMD and someone in Washington made a decision about whether they were going to invade a country, or am I going to wake up every day and risk my life to try to help the people of Najaf? Right? And so it's not a monolith. Some politicians made decisions, as they do in Iraq, and then a whole bunch of us left our families and our homes and risked our lives to help Iraqis.
Exactly why we need to know why those politicians decide to do that. And the reason I'm asking the question about the timing is because there have been a lot of literature saying that the actual decision to invade Iraq was taken shortly after, actually days after 9/11. However, the narrative regarding the WMDs was presented much later. We never forget the famous Colin Powell speech where he told the world that, WMDs existed and that that Iraq was a threat, was a big threat to the world. Before that, Secretary Rumsfeld actually went out of his way to say that we know exactly the location of these WMDs. 4 years earlier, Scott Ritter, on record, said Iraq was posted no threat whatsoever, zero threat. Yet, I have to ask this question. Why did the American politicians choose to make those remarks? Was it that they were misinformed? Or they deliberately lied to us all?
Okay. Listen, I want to know if we're going to talk about Sykes-Picot or not.
Okay. Timmy, can I just, while you think about it, can I, fulfill my commitments to tell you what it looked like from my point of view? Because I can say things about the two questions you posed.
Please.
So this is from a British perspective and is what has been published in the British inquiries, okay? So I have no inside knowledge to the exact decisions made on which day and which hour in the US system, but I had volunteered along with many people in the UK system to man the embassy in Afghanistan in 2002 after the fall of the Taliban until we set that embassy up. And it was in the summer of 2002, without me then as a mid-ranking diplomat, I was the deputy head of mission there, you could see that there was definitely an intent had crystallized by that summer that Iraq was a problem that needed solving. And it's important to recognize, you're focusing on the international law aspects and the WMD, but it's important to recognize there was a lot of pressure on US, UK politicians, the UN, about the state of Iraq because of sanctions which had been on Iraq since the 1991. So this was a file that was, whatever the debates after 9/11, it was a file that was already developing through the 90s about sanctions were not leading to anything other than the impoverishment of the people of Iraq, and the regime was escaping, Saddam Hussein regime was escaping that. That's one. The second thing is, I told you I was an intelligence analyst about Iraq, the state of Iraq, but I was in the room next door to the guys who were doing the WMD intelligence. And again, this is all out there in public, okay? So this is not me revealing anything, it's just drawing attention to the answer to your question. And that is, not just the US and the UK, but Russia and France all thought that, according to the intelligence information they had, that Saddam Hussein had the intent to restore his WMD programs, and there was a small amount of WMD that he could choose to build on. And the difference, the political difference of opinion was that itself justification? What were the threat levels? What were the thresholds that a country would be prepared to tolerate? And as Timmy and I and everybody else remembers at that time, the US thresholds changed dramatically after 9/11. And I think all that's out there, and I think that gives you the answer to the questions you have asked.
I would also point out that if not having been part of any of those political decisions, if what is needed to reflect on the last 2 decades of what's happened in Iraq is for someone to say there were no WMD, there were no WMD. I think it does a disservice to the Iraqis I know and love. It does a disservice to the young people who keep showing up to vote. It does a disservice to the people in 2019 who showed up in the street for the focus in a conversation about the last 20 years to be about relitigating a conversation, a debate that is over. if I might,
Yes.
and almost inconsequential to what happened for most of the last 20 years, right?
Yes.
Corrupt politicians, Iranian-influenced militias, ISIS, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to spend the 30 minutes we have allotted for this relitigating whether they were WMD or not, and not talk about the things that hurt Iraqis on a daily basis.
Ambassador Davis, that cannot be inconsequential for 1 million Iraqis that lost their lives. I am sure. I'm sure you agree with that. But let me let me ask.
No, let's be. Wait a second. You wanted a heated debate. This is what you got.
Okay.
Let's be clear. When I say inconsequential, I mean sitting here on the stage asking this question over and over again, thinking that I'm somehow going to have knowledge about those political decisions. The initiation of the war, not inconsequential.
Okay.
The Iraqis who died, not inconsequential. The Americans who died, not inconsequential.
You made your point. However, the problem is we don't have answers to those questions 20 years later. But I want to ask Ambassador Wilkes. You mentioned the decision to go ahead with this war, even though there wasn't really the laws behind it that actually, Secretary of State or Foreign Minister Jack Straw, on the eve of the war, wrote a private letter to Tony Blair warning him that this war was it was illegally dubious, correct?
So Leila, you have all the answers. Everybody in this room has the answers. It's all been published. You're quoting from published material.
No, but it's important
so,
to me.
So wait there. So wait there. I will give you added value of what I know.
Yes.
But it's all out there.
Yes.
And it was all out there a decade ago.
I didn't ask my question.
And what I would like to say is Timmy's got a point. That what you, okay. Let me say that we're on the international law question, which I regularly debate on stage.
Yes.
Okay. The next set of questions will be about, okay, so we've had the law debate, which is different views among the experts. It'll then be, was it a strategic mistake? Will be the next set of questions, okay? You know, when we look at the consequences, can America look at, you know, the positives and the negatives? And you may ask the same about the UK. And these debates are all very well, but we have been having them for 20 years.
However, it's very important for us to understand today why Britain, having all the writing on the wall, decided to go ahead and support George Bush, or I should say, why did Tony Blair decide to support him and go ahead, although France said, we will absolutely we will veto this if this goes ahead, yet it went ahead.
So you're right, it was about Tony Blair's decision, he's talked about it, and it really goes back to everything President Barham Salih said. He has said, I would do it again to get rid of a regime like Saddam Hussein's because of everything, as President Barham Salih said, that had happened under that regime. So that was in his mind, that is the justification for it. And so one of the reasons why it's difficult with the international law debate is you were dealing with a regime that had done so much to break international law that politically it doesn't hit home. Now, of course, experts will debate the pros and cons of international law and the meaning of the precedents. But actually, George Bush and Tony Blair got re-elected, despite the fact when they were re-elected, though a lot of the negative consequences of the war had become clear. And it's because in the end, the American public and the British public, I think, knew that it was very difficult to make an international law argument when you're talking about the Saddam Hussein regime.
Yeah. It's interesting because 7 years ago, I watched Tony Blair in the wake of the Chilcot report talk about what this meant to him. I just want to quote it. I don't want to make a mistake on saying exactly what he said. He said, I expressed more sorrow, regret, and apology than you can ever know and believe. His chief advisor, whom I'm sure you know very well, Alistair Campbell, said, The Iraq issue will haunt Blair until his death. Ambassador, I know you speak Arabic. In Arabic, we have a phrase. بعد خراب البصرة. This comes after, all this devastation. Okay. I have no doubt of the sincerity because I watched that video so many times and I could see the ambassador, he's genuinely and sincerely feeling the pain of people who have lost their lives in this war. But the question is, where do the Iraqis go to find justice after all these years? You will say, okay, this is behind us, let's move on. But you can't move on when you've lost so many lives, when you've lost so much. You have to have closure. And the closure comes with accountability.
Yes. No, of course. Now you're talking about something slightly different, which is how does Iraqi society heal after everything, okay? After the last 20 years, after the Saddam Hussein regime, after everything since the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. And that, of course, is a question that is debated in Iraq. The debate around, do you do a South Africa-style system, a Northern Ireland-style system, looking at different models about how Iraqi society heals. That is a debate which is going on in sessions like this in Baghdad, and I took part in that. And as you know, there are special envoys of the UN and some of the international courts who are working on these issues. So that is a different question and a very valid question of how does Iraqi society heal. And now, I think those issues are on the table internationally with the Iraqis in the lead deciding what is the best way to do it.
Ambassador Davis, would you agree that some closure is needed? That you can't just move on and say, okay, let's put it behind us, that we need to see somebody held accountable, some sanctions at least. For example, till this day, Germany is paying the price for World War I, correct? When Russia invaded Ukraine, everybody, raised the red flag. We need to impose sanctions on Russia. And they were, very quickly, I may add. Yet, now, with so many people coming forward, amongst them Tony Blair, even George Bush with the blunder, we all know the Freudian slip he had recently when he was talking about the Ukraine war and he accidentally said Iraq. After all this, yet nobody has been accounted for what had happened, and so that people can move forward, can say, okay, we have closure.
I think I misunderstand what you mean by accountability.
Yeah, maybe
What is
that's
accountability for you?
Yes. Somebody, rather than, like, for example, Tony Blair being knighted by the late Queen Elizabeth.
Can I just say something here? You say Tony Blair expresses remorse and regret for all the death and all the destruction, which basically means you're saying he's a normal human being.
Yes.
As if it's some great revelation of evil. What are you trying to get at? By the way, every politician I've ever served under in 34 years has always found the decisions about deployment of military forces, for whatever reason, the most difficult decisions, and not one of them has not felt.
Tell me how many decisions have cost 1 million lives? How many decisions have cost destruction of a country? How many decisions have cost a social, network, a social, just being ripped apart in a country? So that would be the counter question.
So you're now saying that the history of Iraq is a history of much violence and much crisis, of which the last 20 years, as President Barham Salih said, was one chapter, but we have chapters before that. And you are right to say, how does a country that has such fantastic, talented people, huge natural resources, great agricultural resources, but also this history that is pretty unique in the region, though not as bad as again, President Barham Salih said about the history of continental Europe, where the levels of violence and death and destruction in that same period of history were worse? How do we get this great country onto a better trajectory? And you're right to pose that question, but you can't pose it by saying, as long as we settle the US and the UK side of this equation, that's done. Then we can then proceed in a way we can't proceed if we don't take it in that direction. And so I think
maybe it's not as simple as that.
Let me just finish. I think it is very easy, and by the way, a lot of Iraqis spend a lot of time doing this, taking a position against, whoever it is that they would hold primarily responsible. And some will say US and UK. These days, some people will say Iran. Some people will say Turkey. Some people will say internal political and armed forces. It is important, I think, when looking at Iraqi history, when coming to terms with, as you put it, all the decisions that led to death and destruction, to then come out with some sort of practical idea. I mentioned some other examples. You're not going to move forward quickly if you try and litigate every single aspect of history from the last 100 years.
I'm sorry, if I could say just a couple things. First, you've done something extraordinary, which is to get John and I to agree about the last 20 years. I think it absolutely defies critical thinking to say that there was one decision to invade and it cost 1 million lives. It is doing addition and subtraction when it is calculus, right? You can question the decision about the invasion, but if you're going to do that, if we're going to have a real conversation, then you've got to talk about Iranian influence. You've got to talk about corrupt politicians. You've got to talk about parties that had militias in Iraq well before the troubles of the last 10 years with regard to Shia militias. The idea that there was a decision and then 1 million people died, right? What you lament is that there was 9/11 and the United States overreacted, but it wasn't the case that there was a decision and 1 million people died. There was a decision and then real human beings made really bad decisions for the Iraqi people. And so I reject the notion that there was a decision and 1 million Iraqis died. It's much more complicated and complex than that. It's the conversation I would prefer to have. But if we're not going to have that conversation, I want to say out loud that the last 20 years in Iraq will be studied for the next 200 years, and not just for a decision that George Bush made.
Okay, let's try and see where we can talk about the lessons learned. What, in your opinion, is the most important lesson in these last 20 years for everybody, for both sides?
Okay, so I'll give you my answer to that.
Please.
So I think the debate in the UK, in the US, and in Western circles was around these military interventions in Afghanistan and Iraq and what should be the main lessons learned for any future decisions that were made. And some people will say, just never again. Okay, they will have come to that conclusion and they will analyze it. Others will say, no, you have to actually look at specific criteria. And for me, the main criterion, the main political criterion is look at your partners on the ground, okay? They may be opposition, diaspora, they may be on the ground in the country or working with the people of the country and the political groupings. And how strong and capable are they? And what's your relationship with them? How strong is that relationship? How much does the interests of the people on the ground overlap with the interests of your country? If you can say that both answers to these questions of the quality and the strength and capability of the political forces on the ground you are partnering with and your relationship with them are both strong, then I think you can justify interventions. And when I think about the experience I had in Iraq in 2003 and afterwards 3 or 4 times on postings there, I think the partners on the ground that could have delivered success, and obviously President Barham Salih spoke about this, are those who are basically Iraqi nationalists, Nurid Watan, which was a sentiment very strongly expressed. and that anybody who attempts to pursue an agenda that's essentially going to divide Iraq, and that could be an Islamic State agenda, Sunni or Shia, it could be Kurdish nationalism, it could be people who just didn't care about the future of the country and all its people, they just wanted to pursue their own interests. Those were not partners for us, and I think we probably put too much weight on some of our partnerships with people who fitted into those categories. And I think that is the lesson I would draw if I was involved in the decision-making in a future scenario like this. And the hopeful point, and I absolutely support what President Barham Salih said, is the majority of Iraqis were and remain Wataniyun. Whatever their background, religious and ethnic and regional and ideological, I think all of them see that the penalty and price that Iraq has to pay if we say divided, as opposed to a basic level of working together for Iraq as a common homeland, this bridge between the neighboring countries, ability to partner with all the big countries, because there's no question that Iraq can build relationships not just with US and UK, but with many countries that oppose the war. The prize is too great not to let that majority actually drive the next 20 years. Now, not everybody who has power in Iraq believes in Iraq as a country and believes in all Iraqis, but the majority do. And, my personal reflection on my time there is that, I think, has been the thing that's impressed itself on me most about knowing Iraqis and living in Iraq and working in Iraq, that sense of Iraqi identity has not been lost, and on that majority can be built a better future.
I obviously agree with everything that John has said. It's interesting. It's such an interesting question of what the biggest lesson learned is. And here's what I think it is, and I will give you a little bit. We shouldn't be oppositional completely this evening. We have made mistakes in Iraq. For me, the biggest mistake we made is in not listening to Iraqis. Iraqis have gone to the polls over and over and over again. And sometimes we and our partners have thought we knew better, right? We knew we had a plan, we're heading in a direction. Iraqis went to the polls, they voted in a way that wasn't in the direction that we wanted to go. And maybe we didn't give enough support. Maybe we supported another angle. But the truth is, in my opinion, that the greatest mistake we made was when the Iraqi people used their voice and said what they wanted. We did not fully support it and then work with whomever they chose, right? Government formation in Iraq has been maybe one of the most fascinating political things I've seen in my life. And we have been part of it and not part of it. We likely, and not just the United States, but our partners as well, should have carried out the will of the Iraqi people and figured out a way to work with whomever they chose to represent them. Because the results of elections in Iraq have always been about being Iraqi, have always been nationalist. There has not been one national election in Iraq where they voted against their own interests as Iraqis, and we should have been supporting that from day one. And so for me, that's the biggest lesson, and one that I'll take with me in my diplomatic career, about understanding that when people are speaking about their own interests, when people are voting, people are risking their lives to go to polls, whatever that return is, whatever that outcome is, our responsibility should be to work with whomever people have democratically elected if we believe in democracy, and then finding a way forward as partners.
Leila, could I just add, I was there for the 2010 elections.
Okay.
This is the example I think really illustrates what Timmy's just said. And of course, those elections were won by a list that could credibly claim to be an Iraqi national list. It was Sunni Shia, secular Islamist, and it roughly came ahead in the vote ahead of the list that was headed by Nouri al-Maliki. And it was that point, and I remember talking to many Iraqis, this is a vote for change. Doesn't mean that the winning list would get all the power in the executive, but this was a vote for change. And then for one reason or another. Of course, the change at that point did not happen, and you can link that then ultimately to the conflict with Daesh in 2014. But I think for me, it's the illustration that there was a strong enough sense of Iraqi nationalism and a wanting to change politics that all of Iraq could decide its future for the benefit of all its people.
I must say, I was looking for something different that I hadn't heard before. I think we did hear something from two diplomats who are in office. And thank you so much for talking candidly to us. I have a million questions still, but I guess this is not the place. However, I want to leave a chance to the people here to ask some questions. We'll make it very quick because I understand the dessert is waiting. How much time do we?
I think this is more important than dessert.
Okay.
Wait a second. Let me tell you all something. Dean Masri is so put out when I come to Georgetown. He's like, let's do this for an hour, and then 2 hours into it, I see him going like this. But here tonight at his own event, he's perfectly fine for us to stick around.
I always want to spend as much time as I can with you.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
I'm never going to, live that.
Okay. I'm going to take a question by Ayman Muhyiddin, MSNBC. The Biden administration has said it would help Ukrainians in the pursuit of justice in the International Criminal Court of alleged war crimes by Russian officials. Do you believe Iraqi families have the right to pursue justice against the U.S. officials involved in the Iraq war, in the same form? And who do you want?
I mean, who do you want to answer that?
To get that.
John? Eamon, listen, my follow-up question would be, how far down do those officials go? Right? Am I one of those officials for being part of the invasion force? Am I one of those officials for being in Najaf for 18 months and making a lot of decisions? Am I one of those officials for not being able to keep the consulate open in Basra? I would say, we have a system in the United States that allows people to seek redress and sue for whatever they want to sue for. The truth is, I think that if someone has been involved in a violation to themselves or violence to themselves, if they would like to sue, they should be able to sue. I do think, however, that we drift into a conversation about theory when we're talking about individuals who were part of a conflict suing the country that caused the conflict. I don't think there's a winning strategy there, but I certainly don't have a problem with it. It's important, I think, that you all know that I want everything good for Iraqis from Erbil to Basra, right? I want everything good for them. I want them and their children to have lives that are prosperous. When I floated on the marshes when I was in Basra and saw what was left of the lives of the people who used to live in those marshes, when President Barham Salih talks about the salt wedge coming in from the Gulf, the Shah al-Arab and the inability of a part of Iraq in the south that used to be the Garden of Eden, used to be green and lush, and seeing those changes. I want that bright future for all Iraqis. Individual Iraqis that want to pursue that future in that way, in a legal or litigious way, okay, right? They have more than earned the right to seek the future that they want, and if suing the U.S. government is part of that, while I don't think it's practical, I would never say that people shouldn't do what they think will secure their future.
And as far as Britain's concerned, some Iraqis have pursued cases in the courts, so the answer is yes, they have that right. It's actually quite a complicated legal question about extraterritoriality, but in principle, yes, that can.
Yes, there have been cases in Britain. Thank you, Ayman, for that question. There's another question by Adnan. if you could answer it, Ambassador Wilkes. How has the Iraq invasion influenced your country's foreign policy and approach to intervention and other
So I think
regions?
that's a very good question. I think generally among political elites, extreme skepticism verging on opposition to doing this. Obviously, the Iraq War was divisive in both the US and the UK, both in among politicians and among public opinion. And I think those politicians, Barack Obama was one of them, the politicians who had opposed the war in the UK. I think they made foreign policy arguments thereafter about extreme caution, skepticism. Not so many took a pacifist position of never, ever, under any circumstances. But I think that has had an influence, and I think it influenced policy on Syria and continues to influence our policy debates. But I think what also is the case is that for many of our politicians who were involved with Iraq before 2003 and became or stayed involved after 2003, they very quickly, I think, saw that there was a possibility to improve the situation as it was on the ground, and would have met politicians like Barham Salih and others with whom they could partner. So there is also, I think, because remember, Iraq was a black box for the UK and the US and many countries for the 10 or so years of sanctions. We didn't have embassies, we lost contacts, we had a growing diaspora community, but they too very often lost contact, and suddenly we came back into a country where we could rebuild connections and knowledge, including through our diaspora communities. So there is also this very positive restoration of relations with a country that we are connected to. There's a very strong human bridge between the UK and Iraq. It is not where it is with the Gulf states, but it is on the way to being so. And I think most Iraqis, whatever the history, going back 100 years, let alone 20 years, would say we don't want to rule out partnerships in Iraq's interest with any country.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think that's a good question for the United States as well. I would point out that there are very few instances prior to 2003 where the United States got into a conflict in the way that it got into one in Iraq, and very few instances after 2003. You can look, and John rightly points out, in Syria and with President Obama, he certainly was cautious about what to do and whether to intervene. I think a lot of the lessons learned from Iraq revolve, at least for politicians, revolve around the idea that you will be defined by this decision. But further, and I can't speak for the military in the UK, but the US military is not clamoring to be part of any sort of conflict where there's not a clear defined goal, where there isn't a clear whole of government or interagency, at least on the US side, understanding of what it is we are going to do. What the Iraq War did to the inside of the US government is fascinating. Right, the military started doing diplomacy. They had more money than the State Department did, and so I know in Najaf, the work that I was doing was because of my charm and good looks. But the U.S. military showed up, and they had all of this cash, and so it's changed the way the U.S. government works and does even development, the Iraq War, and so I think there's just a great sort of cautiousness about what we get ourselves into because of its impact and sometimes corrosive effect on our government and our country.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador Davis. Thank you very much, Ambassador Wilkes, and thank you all. I think it's so healthy to have debates like these. I know I might have ruffled some feathers here, but believe it or not, it was done on purpose because I really wanted to hear something different. So thank you so much.
Well done, Leila.
Thank you so much. And thanks.
He wants to sit for a second. What I can say is, Uh, Thank you. Thank you. You know, today at lunch I was having conversation with some of our guests from the US, Ayman, Juan Cole, Vali Nasser, the provost was there, and I can't remember who else was part of the conversation. And the question I was being asked was, you know, there's been nothing like what you're planning for this conference that's been curated in Washington or Philadelphia or New York or London, for that matter. You know, there's been nothing. There's been very, very little, and nobody sort of, you know, from the administration has been commenting on the occasion of the 20th year administration. And I think, I mean, not only could this conversation not take place there, it had to take place here. There's no way it could have taken place there, right? And so the other question I was being asked is, how did you get the ambassadors to agree to do this, right? And I think now I and the people who were asking me can appreciate why. It would have been, you know, that it really is a huge extension of yourselves to present yourselves to us here tonight. You know, I think, you know, this was a tense at times conversation and discussion, a difficult one, and I think also difficult for even, you know, Leila as a moderator, because you want to ask important questions, and you know that the answers are not going to lie with one individual or with two individuals. And so I'm grateful, we're all grateful, not only for having this conversation, for Leila hosting it and moderating it, but for you, Timmy and John, for making yourselves available, for engaging in it, for um, you know, being put in a tough position, because, you know, you're not responsible for the war, right? If anything, I mean, I recall in one of the very early, and I know I'm standing between you and dessert, so I will try to be brief. But one of the things that struck me about Ambassador Davis when I first met him was how he kept talking about his experience in Iraq, and how he would get teary-eyed in narrating some of the episodes, some of the anecdotes, some of the things that he encountered there. And I don't know if you recall this, but in one conversation I asked you, what would you want to do, you know, after Qatar? What do you see as your trajectory? And I'm paraphrasing here, so forgive me if I don't narrate it accurately. But what I understood from you was you want to go back to Iraq. You want to go back because you feel you owe it to the people that you came across, to the people whose lives were lost. I felt a genuine sort of pull to do something and to try to do something that is positive. And by the way, just to correct, you know, for the record, Ambassador Davis came to join me and students for iftar in Ramadan. Okay, iftar was at like 5:45, and I was asked to participate in another event, to speak at an event, and I said, what time? And they said 8:30. I said, sure, 8:30. You know, iftar is at 5:45. But Ambassador Davis was enjoying the conversation with the students so much.
You get tired of their company?
Never, but I wasn't getting tired. Tati, I need your help here, okay? I'm never gonna live past this. Always enjoy your company, Timmy. And John, you know, your very sophisticated analysis and answers are incredibly appreciated. And, you know, I think with both of you, with John, I mean, you know, we saw it tonight, sort of the balance and the intersection of the diplomatic but genuine skill and the intellectual heft that you bring to the conversation is so incredibly helpful, and it was so much appreciated.
Safwan, the answer to the question, I'm sure Timmy feels the same way. Why did we put ourselves out here? Because we care.
Yeah, you do. You do. You do. Yeah. And that's what I was trying to get to. You care, and you care deeply, and I know those were very difficult years. Those were very difficult years because ultimately, you know, you put aside your titles, you put aside the offices that you hold. You are human beings. You are empathetic. You are deeply caring, and you are people I've grown in the past few months that I've known you to greatly admire and be fond of. And I can appreciate how difficult this has been for you and how difficult it is also when you're probably constantly put on the spot to try to explain things that you don't, as you said to me, you don't know. You don't have the answers. So this was great, and thank you. I can't thank you enough for doing this. I can't thank you enough, President Saleh, for doing this, and Peter. There's so many people to thank, but I will do my thanks at the end of the conference on Saturday afternoon because you're coming back tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, we have breakfast with Ayman Muhyiddin, the celebrated anchorman and journalist and host, not anchorman, from MSNBC. He was our commencement speaker, as I mentioned earlier, this past May, and I told him no good deed ever goes unpunished. So he was so great that he's back here again and again. People I mentioned earlier, Vali Nasser, Juan Cole, Samia Nakhul, Lale is here from Exeter, and we'll be hearing from you. We'll be hearing from some of our own faculty, Gerd Noneman and Mehran Kamrana and Eddie Kola and CU Floyd. And so it's going to be a great course. As I was explaining to somebody who was interviewing me from one of the media outlets here today, the value to our students, and I see a number of students here. Students enroll in a class and they learn from one professor, and if they're lucky, they learn a lot. Here, we all have an opportunity to learn from, 30, 40 professors, and they're not all academic professors, right? So there is great value in that. I do want to thank our provost for really having made the effort to be with us. He is host and guest. He is the provost of Georgetown University, and he made the effort to be with us for this. So thank you very much, Bob. There are many, many people to thank. As I said, I'll thank them at the end, but Zahra, thank you. Enjoy your dessert, hang out, and we look forward to seeing you in the morning. Thank you.